I did tell him. I did tell him that, just in a more clever way.
Right. But and after World War II, there were little islands, I think like 10 years after that, that they still had Japanese soldiers still fighting. They didn't know that the war was over. That's what I'm saying.
Well, in fact, the last Japanese soldier who was still fighting the war surrendered in the 1970s. And they made a movie about it. I can't remember the name of the movie, but it's a true story. He led his platoon until the 70s.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what happens in these countries to keep people in check.
That's right. So World War II.
I wish you luck on the mountain.
By that guy's standards. All right, Carlos. Some good points were made.
Oh, yeah.
All right, hold on, Steve.
Still ready?
Oh, yes.
All right.
On your word.
Apparently, they wrote our phone number on the wall at the mental hospital.
I still need to take care of a few things.
Understood.
Callers today.
I'll be here.
You should have heard the airline pilot. That was. You would not want to fly on a plane if that guy was. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Cindy in Tennessee.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy, what's up?
I just have one thought. It just popped in my mind about the Iran, what do you call him, commentator or anchor guy.
Yes.
Maybe it's a possibility because of the way they operate. Think maybe he was doing that to beta?
No. I mean, I get that's an extreme possibility. Pretty far out there, slim to none on that one. But it's they wouldn't do that. For people that are just tuning in, what the call is referencing, and this is being widely reported on Iranian state television over the weekend. Their official television host went on national television in Iran and told the Iranian people that if the United States occupies southern Iran, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. And I take that as they couldn't repel an invasion, and if we occupied it, they couldn't push us out or do much about it because it devastated the military. They wouldn't go. Yeah, Paula, they wouldn't go on television, state Iranian television, and look weak like that. They tell their people on state TV things to get them excited, motivated, not negative. That's historic. Something like that, so negative on Iranian state television. Yeah, it's foreshadowing. They think's coming.
The Iranian TV is the propaganda arm of the state.
Yes.
So they'll say whatever the boss wants them to say.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, well that's all I wanted to say. But the thought just popped in my mind. I thought maybe I don't know.
Thanks for your call.
Have a good day.
Okay. I'm a little confused because that's like a normal person. I don't know how to have a conversation with someone that's not a raging lunatic. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Earl Bell, blind colonizer from Fort Lauderdale. Good morning. Shalom to both of you. Peace be with you.
I mean, I told you on Friday your calls are radio death.
How you doing? How about Steve? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. What's up?
What's up? I have something to contribute. Ryan,
that would be a change.
With bated breath.
Democratic Socialists of America. If you consider this, I think they're trying to infiltrate the system, as you would call it, because the Islamification of the United States. Because I don't like a caliphate, and to bring Sharia laws to the state. Because I've had acquaintances, like I've said, from both faiths, and I've yet to meet a secular Muslim. So I think they want to prop themselves up or, look as if socialist
Perhaps.
or communist, and then once they get a position of power,
Yeah.
you know, turn
Yeah.
over and start bringing the religious stuff all over.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. You know, I want to compliment you. You know, this was maybe your best call because it was like relevant to what's going on. It was the first call you made that's not about you. Or you feel,
Yeah.
hey, listen, yeah, well, no. Now it's going to go down the tubes. But hey, listen, I appreciate the call. On a high note, I want to talk. Sorry, I want to talk about Lighthouse Medical and neuropathy. You know, neuropathy. You know, depending on it's never good. But I didn't realize how bad neuropathy hits me. You know, like when you're in the early stages of neuropathy, you know, you've got the burning, the tingling,
Right.
the hands and feet, and dizziness and everything. But I didn't realize how bad it gets. I mean, it gets to the point where people can't stand up, where they can't even move around their own house. I didn't realize that.
The reason you realize it is because you've been through it with me.
Well, you had neuropathy, but when I was over at Lighthouse Medical a few weeks ago, and I saw people for the first time I thought you had advanced. You were kind of like middle. I saw some advanced neuropathy. You know, some of our listeners that went over there just to begin the treatment, and I didn't realize how bad it gets. I mean, it was.
That was years ago.
Yeah, but when I was over there a few weeks back, and I saw what advanced neuropathy was like, I was shocked. But you know, Lighthouse Medical, their treatment for neuropathy rid you of your neuropathy at no matter what stage you're in. So, you know, if you're in the early stages, hey, get in, you know, get in early, don't wait. But no matter what stage you're in,
Good
right,
meat.
if you're in the early, the medium stage, or even the advanced stages of neuropathy, give them a call. And they can treat you, and you can get your life back. And also, a lot of our listeners go in there because they have a parent or a grandparent or a spouse that have neuropathy, and they call and take them there. You know, sometimes some people have neuropathy so bad they can't even make the phone call. They certainly can't drive themselves there. Do what Steve did. Get your neuropathy treated at Lighthouse Medical. Get your life back. It's a no-charge consultation, and you mentioned you heard about the one Steve on the show. The number is 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. That's 754-222-6642. And online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. That's lighthousemedicalcenter.com. All right, 2 hours down, 1 to go. We'll take our break for the top of the hour, and if you're on hold, hang in there. If you'd like to call in, the number's toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. Back after this. All right, Steve, I'm going to put you on hold, okay?
All right.
Every day brings new pressures, new uncertainties, and new reasons to worry. But what if peace isn't found by controlling every situation? What if it's found? Trust God more deeply. Author E. Vance offers a practical Bible-centered guide for anyone struggling with anxiety, fear, or the weight of life's uncertainties in Trust, a scripture-forward guide to peace. Available on Amazon, filled with encouraging scriptures, prayers, journaling prompts, as well as practical faith-building exercises. This is a book you return to whenever life feels overwhelming. Whether you're facing difficult decisions, unexpected challenges, or simply longing for a calmer heart, Trust points you back to the unchanging promises of God and reminds you that His peace is greater than your circumstances. If you're ready to replace worry with confidence and fear with faith, order your copy of Trust, a scripture-forward guide to peace. From author E. Vance on Amazon. Your journey towards lasting peace can begin right now. Life can leave us with a lot of questions. Why did this happen to me? Why do I keep repeating the same patterns? And where is God in all of it? If you've ever asked those questions, you need to tune into the Healing Philosophers Podcast with The Healing Philosopher on Spotify. For all these conversations and new experiences, each episode explores topics like masterpiece, generational trauma, letting go of what's holding you back, understanding narcissism, and discovering how God can use even life's hardest moments for a greater purpose. The Healing Philosophers Podcast is about finding hope, growing in your faith, and realizing that your story and every season of your life has meaning. Add the Healing Philosophers Podcast to your Spotify playlist, and make sure to share the podcast on all your social media and invite your friends and family to listen in too. Your share could be exactly what someone else needs right now. The Healing Philosophers Podcast with the Healing Philosopher on Spotify. It starts with one conversation. Listen now on Spotify.
All right, Steve, we got about a minute. Back.
Okay, you coming back?
Get a minute. Let's
Okay.
All right, we're back. Game show. Brian Stevens here, and we're gonna have, I think what's triggered these mostly men. Seems to be the men. The women have been very normal and reasonable. The lunatics that have called in today have all been men, and I think it's us. It's Iran's admission and confession that we won the war has just triggered.
It could be. I wanted to ask you one question about the main thing. Any developments on that?
What's the
That they
main
found the guy to replace the Nazi, the Senate vote.
In Maine, they have that.
Yes.
They have 4 people. One of them's a transgender person that says they just want to use that.
I saw the people that were a bunch of lunatics.
That's the future of the Democrat Party.
And the president.
Wow. So now they haven't gotten a little secret committee yet. They're being chosen. They're being chosen in a committee, not by the voters. Voters chose the Nazis.
Right.
I am kind of interested though. Do you see Nancy Pelosi's husband's facing 6 months in jail?
Yeah, that was fun.
Well, you know what I was thinking with him? Because hit and run or whatever. I think he would rather go to jail for 6 months. I think not if he goes to the county lockup, if they can send him to like one of those white collar jails in California, he'd probably like it. I mean, it seems to be. I'm sure she's putting him through. He wants. If you look at his history of having troubles in the middle of the night at odd hours, it's always when she's out of town. So when Nancy's not in town, Paul Pelosi goes nuts.
Well, if Paul's a player, there's no question of that.
Only when his wife's not home, right? People coming over to the house.
Isn't that when most players are most active?
Well, the one that, and she's got to be very difficult for him. I think he's hoping he'll go the max. Give me 6 months, I'll take it. Do a year. Oh my goodness. But no, a lot's happening right now. So we've got this secret committee in Maine. The Democrats have decided that they know better in this committee than the voters. So they're going to nominate, even though Grant Plattner won the primary, they're going to pick a better candidate. It really cracks me up because the Democrats' catchphrase at all of their events is, "This is what democracy looks like," right? That's their new thing. This is what democracy. Is this what democracy looks like? Right? That somebody wins your primary in the polls. They're not doing well in the polls, so you just throw out the whole election. And you just pick somebody like Kamala and whoever they pick with this in Maine? I mean, that's what democracy looks like. I don't know what
that's the recent history of the Democratic Party.
they're going to be
How do
doing.
you think
Yeah.
they get Kamala?
Well, they're going to be doing this every time now. They really are, because if they get away, they've gotten away with it twice. So,
Well, if they get away with it, that's the least of our worries.
no, it is a big problem, Steve, because what happens is they get all these do-overs. So anytime there's an election, now they've had rejects with this before, right? They had Kamala who was a loser. And all of the people that they're choosing from in Maine are idiots. The transgender person is a weirdo. Yeah, but there'll be a time when they may pick somebody that's got some charisma, you know. And I'll tell you another thing the conservatives are doing that I think is a big mistake. Everyone's getting excited about Fetterman leaving the Democratic Party, and he keeps saying he's going to, and a lot of it.
He said his red line. Cutting off Israel.
Yeah, and well, they got a party run by Muslims, so that's going to happen. But I'm listening to all these conservatives all jazzed up and better. There have been Democrats that have done this before. Fetterman, they do it different. The way the other men, there were a couple of other Democrats. Joe Lieberman was one, and another Democrat senator who did it too. I can't remember. And with Joe Lieberman and the other Democrat, leaving the Democrat Party was not the other ones did was they became independents. Okay?
You'll do.
And when you're an independent, it's a sign that the party goes, and every time there's another Democrat, because the Democrat Party became an independent, they became Democrats. It meant that their seat was Democrats. So all these people that are really excited about that, how can you sign it when it becomes a Republican? Okay, not, you know, he hasn't said that, right? He does what the others did. Independent. I'm still a real Democrat. Unlike these others, the party left me. I didn't leave the party, and then still Congress. So all these Republicans that are getting excited over better leading the Democrat Party, I would be excited. And I do not trust better. He still votes 50% of the time. Got one thing.
That is where words
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That we could take care of. I don't know if it's one of the big issues, but I don't see Fetterman becoming a Republican. If he does, I'll be excited. But I don't see it.
Now that the Democrats, establishment Democrats, are starting to realize what's really going on, believe me, it makes it good. It's going to be a major issue in the election.
Yeah.
Because there's people like Fetterman who are ruling through Israel and grateful for all the help they've given us throughout the years in terms of our security. They're going to be furious.
But if you become the and Marcus is an ally, I mean, that's a coward.
Well, look, every vote is different. Doesn't matter.
See what he does.
For example, one of these budgeting bills, where I'm sure he's voting on the right side, he'll continue to vote on the right side.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, Fetterman, now again, I'm going to throw this out to the audience, because what I thought I heard from Fetterman over the weekend, I could be wrong about this, I'll throw this out, that he would change his party affiliation, but not his votes. So, you know, I think he's being a coward if he does that. So that tells me he's going to become an independent, not a Republican. And he's still going to vote with these. So, you know, that seems to me to be a lot of virtue signaling. If he's this, if he has had this big awakening that he claims, he wouldn't vote with those anti-Semitic, anti-Israeli people. He's done. So that's not what he said. He said, I thought I heard him say he's going to leave the Democrat Party, but still vote with the Democrats. That's a cowardly. Joe Lieberman did that, and he was the other senator. Did it at the same time. It's kind of like, Bernie Sanders isn't a Democrat. He's a third-party guy, so he doesn't have a party there, so he caucuses with the Democrats. So
Okay.
Fetterman's
They're
a
heading
snake.
back.
He's one of those snakes that Trump talks about.
I totally disagree.
If he said he said he's still going to vote with the Democrats, so what does that mean?
He didn't say that.
That's my recollection. If you guys have the audience talking about it, I don't think so. Yeah, we'll see. Is he going to vote for the Save America?
Oh, yeah, I haven't done anything. Yeah,
I want to talk about.
Hold on, just a serious question or business. You're saying that you don't think. Anyway, go ahead with what
I don't trust Fetterman. No, I do not trust Fetterman. He's not going to do He's going to do it.
There's a way of checking during the show. I never to find out how Fetterman been voted on this.
He's voted 90% of the time. 90%. No, we only have 50 votes on it. No. They haven't taken the vote on the Save America Act. So we don't know. But we have 50 pledged votes, and those are all Republican. But they haven't taken a vote in the Senate yet. I have not heard Fetterman talk about it.
They've had some tough test votes.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody in the audience can help us.
If somebody in the audience knows, let us know. But I want to talk about life imaging. Life imaging, they do such incredible work because they're saving lives, and they're saving lives every day because, it's all about preventative health. And every week, I'll run into somebody else who's had their heart scanned, found out they had a heart problem. Sometimes it's blockage in an artery. Sometimes it's blockage in every artery. Sometimes it's another condition of the heart that doesn't involve blockage. It really is amazing to me how many heart problems people have. They're not aware of it. That's why, I was thinking of all the times when I've known people that have had heart attacks. I've never personally known someone who had a heart attack who everybody knew it was coming. It's always a shock, right? I had no idea he played golf every weekend. How did he do this? He's at the gym 3 times a week. How did he have a heart attack? He was only 55. He had a heart attack. He was only 45. He had a heart attack. I've never heard of. Am I interrupting, Steve? I've never heard of someone that I've known personally. He had a heart attack, and they said, "Oh, we knew that was coming." Never. Listen, Life Imaging FLA have locations in Broward, Dade, Palm Beach, and Orlando. Call Life Imaging FLA for your free heart scan now. The few minimum requirements, valued at $699. From your cell phone, call pound 250 to say free heart scan. Be connected in seconds. That's pound 250 to say free heart scan, and you'll be connected in seconds. All right, we'll take our break and be right back. All right, Steve, I'm going to put you on the hold. Okay?
What if the place you called home wasn't a home at all? From author James Kramer comes a powerful true story of survival, resilience, faith, and hope. The Boy in the Barn, available on Amazon. Growing up in the 1960s, James lived through circumstances no child should ever have to face. Behind the appearance of a normal family was a hidden reality, one of hardship, isolation, and painful secrets that few people ever saw. The Boy in the Barn is a story about the strength of the human spirit, a story about finding light in the darkest places, about perseverance, healing, and the life-changing power of faith and forgiveness. every challenge, James found reasons to keep moving forward, guided by God's grace and the kindness of people who became bright lights along his journey. Honest, inspiring, and deeply moving, The Boy in the Barn is a memoir that will stay with you. Discover the remarkable true story of one man's journey from darkness toward hope in The Boy in the Barn from author James Kramer. Available on Amazon and Kindle and paperback. Life can leave us with a lot of questions. Why did this happen to me? Why do I keep repeating the same patterns? And where is God in all of it? If you've ever asked those questions, you need to tune into the Healing Philosophers Podcast with The Healing Philosopher on Spotify. Through honest conversations and real-life experiences, each episode explores topics like healing from past hurts, generational karma, letting go of what's holding you back, understanding narcissism, and discovering how God can use even life's hardest moments for a greater purpose. The Healing Philosophers Podcast is about finding hope, growing in your faith, and realizing that your story in every season of your life has meaning. Add the Healing Philosophers Podcast to your Spotify playlist, and make sure to share the podcast on all your social media, and invite your friends and family to listen in too. Your share could be exactly what someone else needs right now. The Healing Philosophers Podcast with The Healing Philosopher on Spotify. Healing starts with one conversation. Listen now on Spotify.
Those don't want things so much. All right, Steve, got 30 seconds.
Okay.
All right, we're back. It's the Steve Kane Show. Steve's here. I'm Brian, and I looked this up during the break. Steve Fetterman was on CNN, and he said he fully intends to continue to be a part of the Democrat Party no matter what. So he's saying that he's going to...
That doesn't prove he's voted against the Save America.
He's not voted for the Save America Act. No way. No way. No way. They'd be all over it.
Okay.
You know, so, well, no, what I mean is that Fetterman is running a con job on people, and I'm seeing conservatives, hold on, Tony. I'm seeing conservatives champion him, but he's a liberal snake. Another thing that came out of the governor of Kentucky is a Democrat. But the governor of Kentucky said that he has heard from sources that Senator Mitch McConnell is dying. He said that over the weekend. We haven't, since they got that fake AI picture, we haven't seen anything from McConnell. All right,
Is there anybody out there you think doesn't know he's dead?
well, they're not acknowledging it. I mean, they're...
Well, of course not, because they're staying away from the issue. It's a hot potato.
Why? We have a special election. We get a MAGA guy to replace him. The Never Trumper rhinos are involved in a cover-up.
Surely you will concede that according to what's going on until this point, they're not eager to tackle it. That's why this whole thing is going on.
Only the rhinos. It's the rhino fake Republicans. Johnson
Down.
and Trump are covering up something with Mitch McConnell. All right, let's take some calls. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is George, the Major. I'm calling from Pompano Beach.
All right.
And one of the days been... Hi. I've followed you guys for like over 35 years. But today, I've been in stitches. You've been so damn funny, Brian. And you cut everybody up at the top of the river today. I mean, all these crazy people that have been calling in and said nuts. And I'm a retired Air Force C-130 pilot, and I'm not one of those crazy ones. How about that?
Well, I'll tell you, that guy that was the airline pilot, he was unhinged for someone that would be flying a commercial jet filled with passengers. That was really scary.
Yeah.
That guy was scary.
Yeah.
All right, that's all you got, Major?
Okay, I'll be calling back. Thanks
Okay.
a lot.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Okay. Nice
Thank
guy.
you.
Not much to say, but nice guy. Got it. No, see, this thing with Mitch McConnell is a big deal because what they're doing is they're dragging it out until they don't have to have the special election because the right, you know, the
Right. Well, isn't that fairly standard practice?
no, to hide the death of a sitting United States. No, not to my knowledge.
When I say this thing, I'm talking about the idea of taking into consideration upcoming elections and who's considering making a choice of what candidate's going to replace what candidate, and is retiring at the right time if it's politically expedient.
Now,
And then
no, what's happened is it's like with Lindsey Graham, right? You know, we got
This'll
people-
last.
If I don't remember what the date is, but it's coming up soon. Okay, if he dies or resigns before a certain date, they have to have a special election. He's not running. He wasn't running for re-election anymore.
Right.
So the Rhino.
Do you call that a political situation?
No, I call it a scandal. John Thune is the one man who held up to save America, right? A total snake and a creep and a liar and a fraud. John Thune. Okay? He's a McConnell disciple.
Tell me how you really feel.
It's true. He's the only one holding it up. I'm not the Democrats on it. It's John Thune. If I don't remember the date, but it's coming up. If Mitch McConnell dies or resigns before a certain date, they'll have a special. They're required to have a special election to complete the term. And
So you're saying they don't want to?
the Republican Rhino establishment do not want that. They're afraid they'll get a MAGA senator. And once they're in possession, the 9/10 of the law, if we get a MAGA person in to replace McConnell in a special election, there's a good chance they'll win the term, as opposed to the Rhino that they're putting up. And Thune could be out as majority leader the next day if we get a good MAGA guy in that Senate seat. So this is a scandal by the Bush Rhino Republicans to stop Trump, to stop the Save America Act from passing. I've never seen this happen before. No, certainly not the Republicans. And this is one of the biggest political scandals, I think, of any of our lifetime. Well, if you got somewhere else you'd like to go, I'm open to any other topics. You just keep telling me you don't like anything I bring up.
Uh-oh, spotted. Oh!
stuff like this. Big companies. And you go to these dentists, and even what they fancy way they bring you to pay acquisition prices it's like ministry but family practices. So
I was going to say, the other thing I learned from Dr. Gupta is, and this was back 15 years ago when we first became our family dentist, when you neglect dental problems, you know what happens?
what happens?
They only get worse.
That's true.
And that's a lesson that I've learned through my life. That's why you need somebody who can be there to advise you and get that work done so it doesn't get worse. And of course, if it gets worse, it's even more expensive. You want to call Dr. Goop to make an appointment. You're going to be very happy with him. I searched long and hard to find him 15 years ago, and he's been with me ever since.
Yeah, give him a call. His number is 954-922-4633. 954-922-4633. That's 954-922-4633. All right, we'll take our break. We'll watch it again. Right back. All right, Steve, hold on. Okay. We're good.
Have you ever caught yourself wondering, is this really what life is supposed to be? Work is important. Building a career, providing for your family, and achieving success all matter. But somewhere along the way, many of us become so focused on work that we forget to enjoy the life we're working so hard to build. I don't want to die behind my desk, stepping off the pillar before you forget how to live. Available on Amazon. Author and knowledge warrior Samuel Coleman shares the lessons he's learned from nearly 40 years in emergency services, executive leadership, industrial operations, and his own battle with cancer. This must-read and life-changing book isn't about quitting your job or giving up on success. It's about finding balance again, making time for your family, your faith, your health, and the people and moments that matter most. Whether you're a business owner, executive, first responder, manager, or anyone who's feeling buried under meetings, deadlines, and responsibilities, this book is a reminder that your career should support your life, not become your life. I don't want to die behind my desk. Author Samuel Coleman is available right now on Amazon in Kindle, paperback, and free with Kindle Unlimited. Before another year slips by, take a minute and look up I Don't Want to Die Behind My Desk by Samuel Coleman on Amazon. And you can be right now.
All right, Steve, we got about a minute. You there?
Low and quiet does it.
All right, we're back. Steve King Show. Steve is here. I'm Brian. And I'd like to go to the toll-free delay. 465-2631. Delay 465-2631. Okay, now President Trump has had more assassination attempts against him than all of the other presidents. It's not an exaggeration. the Iranians, President Trump said during the campaign they tried to assassinate him twice. And there was a third time that I think I'm aware of that hasn't been publicly disclosed. At least it was a threat. And something happened over the weekend with the sheriff, and this is pretty scary. NORAD. You haven't heard about NORAD for a while, have you? NORAD F-16s intercepted multiple aircraft violating flight restrictions over New Jersey. More than 10 aircraft entered restricted New Jersey airspace as NORAD urges pilots to check restrictions. This area of New Jersey has flight restrictions because the president goes there on weekends. That's where Bedminster is. Summer resort. He comes to the Richmond Beach ground, comes to Florida during the winter. Okay, and during the summer when it's super high, they go they summer elsewhere. So we go to New Jersey in the summer and we go to we just had the Iranians about a week and a half ago making threats against President Trump. Turkey against Air Force One. Now we have planes flying over Bedminster. During this heated time of war, they send fighter jets out to intercept quickly. And my guess was, and this very well would have been the Iranians, testing.
What happened when you said they sent out fighters?
They didn't give us any details on the scene. They never do. They never do. They scrambled F-16 fighter jets over Bedminster. That's great. I've seen them we're in war against the Iranians. They've made multiple attempts on this line.
If they weren't looking for me.
Now, it is a big story, and I want to put this down. Test of the Bedminster security. Because, he's been going to Bedminster for years. The regular pilots, they know about the restricted airspace. Okay? For this to happen, I don't believe it. It's just too much. There's been too many assassination attempts in the last few weeks. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling?
Here's good.
Okay, Jay from Ohio.
Yep, James. I just
Really? That's nice. I'm curious. Why would you think it's a negative for somebody to be or look gay? Are you some kind of homophobe?
No, I'm not. I never said that.
Okay, all right. I thought that's what you said to me. Maybe you got that Tourette's. You just throw things out. All right, what's on your mind?
I don't understand it. It just seems like it's based off of Trump's rule for a legacy of a wartime president and a fighter and a soldier. So I just don't understand it.
Well, if you don't understand it, you may be slow. When you were in school, was your school bus a full-length school bus, or was it like a short school bus?
It's a full length one.
Really? Okay. Were there any kids on the bus that had to wear helmets?
Some of them did.
Okay. So you're okay. That answers my question. That's interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so I guess if I did, so you don't understand. So you are slow.
Could you explain to me how our intelligence community has denied and said that Iran was not raising a nuclear bomb? And even if they have a nuclear bomb, it was not the first country in the world that had a nuclear bomb. Called the Gabbard and a multitude of other. Okay, so let's say I just want to tell if you didn't
she?
Come on, man.
Did you see what she was in the news for over the weekend?
The answer is no.
Okay. You didn't
Yes,
hear?
I did. So what? What? That she was. That's where they're telling us.
What was she in the news for over the weekend, Paul? You said you saw it.
Okay, I saw an article. It might not be the exact news that you guys saw. What did she say in the article that you referred to? Let me speak. I am trying to say. So I heard that she was.
I'll find a use for you.
No. The story over the weekend, okay, was arrested and charged. Over the weekend, the story's all over the place. Her older brother was arrested and charged sexually interference for allegedly trying to lure several children to his hotel room by offering them money and guns. So what I'm telling you is that she's a security risk. She's compromised. You can't trust anything she says involving national security. That's probably why she's left. The other story was probably a cover story. Probably left the Trump administration. Because of this, this story's over the weekend, yeah.
Like, you're very ignorant for political.
Yeah, but she went to school on a bus. That tells us I should be concerned about
So
you.
you're telling me, because of her actions of her brother, and after the Trump administration is in the Epstein files, and probably
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
What it has to do is that
When does a pedophile from Hawaii have anything to do with what I just talked about Iran?
because
What? And as a Republican, I don't
oh, you're a
understand.
Republican. You're a Republican. Oh, but not the first.
This'll help.
You vote for the other guy. Right? You voted for Bernie Sanders. And I said,
And that is a
no, you said you're one of us. You just said you voted for. You said you were a Republican, and then you just said you Republicans. Which is it? Your story's not holding up, man.
Critical. You guys don't do your critical thinking cap on. You guys have left the Republican Party and more than both.
What really? But you vote for Bernie Sanders, who's a communist. And Bernie Sanders endorsed a Nazi. Bernie Sanders endorsed a Nazi. Graham Plattner. Bernie Sanders endorsed Graham Plattner. Well, you're using the credibility who endorsed Nazi and runners are accused of picking up children. We got a break. So, he says he's a Nazi.
Okay, sure. Okay. We'll accept that. I'll accept that. Which you're literally misstating facts. That never came out of his mouth. That
It came.
force.
Really?
Okay?
They know the Oswald was in the military. All right, we got to run over, right? We got to run you and everyone on hold. And, let's talk about Jupiter Joe Thomas. That's right. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll go back to the phones after the break. You know, Jupiter Joe Thomas, he was in the studio with me on Friday. You guys catch that
Save this
show.
for later.
You know, annuities are absolutely amazing. Think about it. Invest your money in an annuity. No matter what happens in the market, your money's never at risk. And you get a check. It's your bank account. Isn't that great? Joe Thomas calls it. They you know, it's they know that money's coming every month. Some of them very wealthy, some of them middle class. What is the best? What's the reason I love it? They all come to see you know, and that's great. You get that other revenue stream and you can retire with knowing you can afford. Joe Thomas, schedule your return consultation. Together. 561-743-0999. That's 561-743-0999.
I can get out of this.
JupiterJoe.com. Right now. All right, and it's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated in Boca. William Youngerman, how are the metals opening up the week?
Opening up a little earlier this morning, we were up nicely. The markets on Friday trading at a very large range. Gold hitting a low of $3,959 on Friday and a high of $4,025, and closed at near the highs at $4,017.30. That was up $42.10. That could be the beginning of the process. We still have to
have to leave something else behind.
Markets work, but for the time being, that was a reversal. Silver was up 44 cents at $55.83. Platinum closed out the week at $1,590, which was down $23, and palladium was down $1 at $1,230. Overnight, we saw gold trade in a range of $39.82 on the low and $4,041 on the high end. We're up earlier this morning, but it looks like we pulled back now to down $7.30 at $4,010. Silver up 87 cents at $56.70 the ounce. Platinum down $10 at $1,580, and palladium up $7 at $1,237. So we're starting out the week a little mixed on the metals, but looking for possibility of a bottoming process here to take place and metals start moving back.
Yeah, these are the days when you're super busy over there because people that are into the metals, these are the days they start loading up.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And we are seeing that the supplies of physical metals are dwindled quite a bit since these prices have come down, and the shelves are emptying out very quickly. So premiums could start going back up very quickly here.
But at William Youngerman's, everything is available for immediate delivery, so you won't have those issues. Listen, William Youngerman opens up at 10 a.m. Stop in at 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca, first floor of the Bank of America, immediately east of US 1 Federal Highway, the south side of Palmetto Park Road. You can also call in toll-free 800-327-5010, 800-327-5010, and find William Youngerman's phone number and address on his website, WilliamYoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take care. All right, and our number, you back with us, Steve? Our number is toll-free 888-465-2631. Hold on, Steve, while I answer these. And, okay, all right, you want to take some more calls, Steve?
Sure.
Didn't I tell you that the men in this audience today, there's a lot of unhinged people.
Next we're going to talk radio.
Well, you know, I know people talk about chemtrails, and I've always questioned that. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe the chemtrails are dropping some chemical that causes Trump derangement syndrome suffering outbreaks. Let's see. Let's go. You're on the air.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Michael's from,
You're asking me.
I'm not one of them. I like, first of all, the guy you guys called a narcissist.
Yes. Yes.
All right? I want to let it go. Don't use that primary colors BS. Because it turns purple. There's plenty of us on the right that despise what the left is doing. Okay? We're not getting along. All right? So don't let that fool you. Another thing, for that piece of human fecal matter, Renee, who wants Iran to win, okay? Listen, guy, what you did by him was brilliant. When you shut him up and asked him, who do you want to win? You could hear the conflict. He just short-circuited. He got quiet. He was like, you know, that's not the point. Or, you shouldn't be there. Just answer the damn question, Renee. And then he goes and says, Iran, that's despicable, man. And these people vote. It's disgusting.
Well,
people like you.
but you know, I'll tell you.
Different than all the Democrats in Congress.
Tasty.
The pull on their face so they can get an advantage in the upcoming election. Is it any better what they would Renee? You know what I'm saying? No better, but they're not on the show.
And they're not saying that, right? I mean, he said, I had to pull it out of him. He said, yes, I want Iran to win. He was like adamant.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
It was a great question. Because you can tell he just couldn't himself to say he wants America to win because that would be showing any kind of semblance of a support for
The
Trump.
Democrats in Congress. Yeah. No, he did it. He said it. He said, yes. He yelled it. It was like I was like Tom Cruise with Jack Nicholson in A Few Good Men. I finally pulled it out of him, and he just had a meltdown.
Oh, did he? I didn't get that part. He finally showed America?
No. Of course he wants to.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Yeah.
But you should have heard when Don called me over the weekend on my show. Oh my goodness. You were
He's a buffoon.
Don revealed what he's really like. Yeah, I mean, and
Really?
today's just been a weird day. Greg too, disguising his voice earlier in the show. I mean, it's just been a strange thing. All right, I appreciate the call. All right, he's not the first caller to try to disguise their voice, but I'm not going to tell you guys how I knew that was him. But oh my goodness, I've developed a good ear, Steve, over the years. You know, I'm feeling good. Everything's going well. We've won the war with Iran. Iran says so, right? I mean, you know, I think it's all good news. The president looks for. While I didn't watch the World Cup, I saw the president and both looked great. So I think that America's in a good spot right now. And you know,
Good.
it's going to
I can use this.
Day after the election. It's going to be a rough day for Democrats. Yeah. That's right. But, you know, when's the last time you heard someone say the party in power historically
Wherever these machines are made, could find a way to override them there.
You know, it's like they've given up on Korean. They're bringing. You're on the air. What's your name? What are you calling? Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah.
Here they come.
I appreciate. I've got to pat myself on the back for that because he didn't have. I mean, I cannot say what Don said to me on the radio. What as nasty as callers have been over the years, Steve, I don't think you or I have ever had a caller say to me what Don said to me, and he said it twice. It would be I can't tell you. You guys got to listen to the show on my YouTube channel. I can't say it's against the law to say it on the radio, Steve. It's really bad. Here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line is this. When they start figuring out the nuclear stuff, he's going to have to trust someone to guard those people with the machines to figure it out. So he's going to protect them. There, and then the video will release. Exactly. And they want to try to use that narrative now. So if we can trust the Saudis, Turkey, and Iraq, get in there and protect them. Well, listen, I mean, we're running to. I got a lot of things make this TV show different. And, you know, this is the only show where all of that. Hear a lot of the listeners have experience, of course, with the sponsors we recommend. And we started doing something new that also no one has done. We have sponsors that the endorsements and listen for the sponsors.
It'd be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
Dr. Appleton does a commercial for Tom Laporta. I got a room for Tom Laporta and 3 or 4 other people, and his family have as well. He does a great commercial. Well, Friday, Jupiter Joe Thomas was in studio with me. He was telling me about the great experience that his wife had, Dr. Appleton. You know, the Saturday before this last, Jupiter Joe Thomas, his wife has some issues with her legs, and he took his wife to see Dr. Philip Appleton for some treatment for the leg pain, leg issues. She saw relief after the very first treatment, and you'll hear that commercial on the air soon, probably later this week. He was on the air with me live talking about it, and Dr. Appleton, what Jupiter Joe said, he says he cares about his patients, and he sure does. And I will find very few doctors that you go and visit that don't have one foot out the door as soon as they walk in. I hate when you're on an exam room. You waited for hours, and the doctor comes in to see him. He's got one hand on the door now the whole time, right? Not Dr. Appleton. He takes time not just for the examination and to treat you. And by the way, Dr. Appleton performs all the robotic laser treatments himself, not an assistant. He takes the time with you, and he does incredible work. Give Dr. Appleton a call and say bye-bye to your pain, too. Remember, appointments are not necessary. Walk-ins are welcome, even on Saturdays. Okay, and the consultations are free. If you have scans or x-rays, bring them with you, Dr. Appleton. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. That's 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. All right, well, we don't have time for any more calls today, Steve. But if you're on hold, stand by. You'll be first in line on the show tomorrow at 6 a.m. When we return, and whatever is in the water of this audience that's caused this Trump derangement syndrome outbreak in America, hopefully it lasts, because those calls are pretty interesting. I like those Trump derangement calls.
They're fun.
Well, they let me know that we're okay. We're well rested. And I hear these, and it also lets you know that teenagers, Gen Z, they're not the only snowflakes. We got a lot of middle-aged and senior citizens who are snowflakes too, as you heard today. It's the Steve Kane Show. Steve's been here. I'm Brian Coy. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Take care. All right, guys. Hey, listen. If you're new to the show, and make sure you subscribe, guys. I'm here 7 every morning. And during the week, most every afternoon. So I'll see you then. And before you go, everyone, please like the video. Like the video. Who gets the video? Let us know. All right, guys. See you next week. Thanks for watching.
haunting me. Tough, but I'm used to it.
stay here, the more it'll feel like home.
We teach the Karjan nothing else. The Olamite soul. We teach them how to hold their limits.
The longer the split with the Shadow Karja lasts, the more prices will go up.
These aren't goods, they're necessities.
I've got all the best goods here.
Yes, I remember you. Did you... I will leave you to the hunt. Be sure to delve into the ruins. Rugged? Well-traveled? Yes. I would like to talk to you.
Check out these wares.
That'll keep my stomach quiet.
Don't forget to stock up. charging for a good bolt of cloth these days.
I'm glad for the ceasefire. I still think about the war, and when I do, I can't sleep.
A moment of your time, Outlander? Ah, you're back. Did you bring me something lovely?
These metal flowers. What are they exactly?
No one knows. But some say they began sprouting 20 years ago when the machine started to go mad. Perhaps they grow from the tears of the sun, for he has many faces, does he not? Wrathful one day, cool and patient the next. Perhaps he weeps for our suffering when his anger breaks. Ah, Let us haggle over this beautiful bounty. Till we meet again, my noble Nora. Let's have a chat. No, a colorful discussion. Could you spare a moment to speak of the finer things?
Don't ask me where to go if you're lost. I'm a guard, not the town crier.
Think about it. Everything we have outside.
Tip towards shadow distance. The machines are just one more slight.
Good to see.
Some boss rider girl was like the city guard the other day.
Could you spare a moment to speak of the finer things?
I'm awake and alert. Damn it.
That'll help.
spending so long away from the hunt.
Karja had been here working.
out of this.
Birds suck.
I wonder where this wind blew in from. Calm. again. Now they're hunting me. They're scanning for me. That's it. Nothing to see here. These will keep. Be fascinating if they weren't looking for me. That's it. Can't be too prepared. Back to your business. I can get... Stocking up.
Hardly any Nora left. A massacre, if you can believe it.
Any work done under the sun warms you through the night.
I work all day while the nobles fiddle with their robes.
So vulnerable. Right. We need to look at all the voting machines. Every Secretary of State needs to be, assisted in making sure that they are not being hacked and attacked.
I continue to think that our voting machines are too vulnerable.
Our researchers have repeatedly demonstrated. Clearly this girl didn't get the memo, because this isn't a TED Talk. This is Senator Ted Cruz that you're talking to.
I wanted to take a moment to celebrate our newest addition to the Supreme Court.
They count the provisional ballots, and it's just stupid. But the bottom line is this whole lie that Virginia has photo ID. But here's the best. And look at his eyes, because he's not used to that. See, that's the problem. The arrogance that these Democrats have when they go on these shows is that they know that. Gentlemen and female gentlemen, we have quite the ride today. We got China getting absolutely obliterated by Trump. We got Iran getting absolutely obliterated by Trump. We got the Dems absolutely obliterating each other. Body cams are once again ending every woke movement on the planet, from ICE to BLM. It's bad. The Muslims are having a crash out. The Odyssey was a flop. Hassan Piker is in shambles. Insane deep dive on all the things. And lock in, boys and girls, because I'm doing it completely for free. That's right. My channel is entirely demonetized. Your support means the world to me. Link to my Rumble in the description. And hopefully this video will be up on Rumble first, where I do get paid. Very meagerly, but I do get paid. Unlike YouTube, where I don't get paid, because they hate patriots. They hate honesty, and they hate God. So anyway, and if you subscribe, that would be appreciated. And if you supported me on Patreon, that would be freaking awesome. Alright, I have a Patreon, which is also linked in the description, and I upload exclusive videos there. So, lock in, boys and girls. I can't leave you dry. It's not like I do it for the money. What am I, a Jew? No, I'm kidding, obviously. But it's not about the money. It's about spreading the message. It's